Good morning, everybody. We are going to get started in just a few minutes at 11 o'clock. We'll start streaming on YouTube and kick off today's session on building operations and wellness. So just sit tight and we'll be right with you. Good morning, everybody. Just give us about another minute to get started and we'll be right there. Okay, everybody, I'm Sam Giacomo on behalf of REBNY, the REBNY Technology Committee. Welcome to the fourth annual PropTech Challenge Demo Day Showcase Case 2. Since our inception in 2017, the PropTech Challenge has showcased hundreds of innovative solutions covering a wide range of business segments, including commercial brokerage and leasing, residential brokerage and leasing, construction, IoT, cybersecurity, blockchain, and today's focus, which is on building operations. This year, the challenge continues to grow, sharing the collective experiences of the diverse REBNY Technology Committee membership. I want to start off by thanking the Connected Real Estate magazine team for partnering with REBNY, and the entire team has done to publish a monthly REBNY Tech Talk series, the first range of topics. I will also share that Connected has another great set of sessions planned today, again spearheaded by Darlene Pope, who's really been a true leader in our industry for over decades. I was thinking about yesterday's event and the Purple Eye platform that we're on. And, like anything else, we had some technology glitches. And when I thought about it, it's truly no different than any of the tech solutions that we build in our own shops, or even in the spirit that defines PropTech. We release a version 1.0, we get user feedback, we fix bugs, we enhance our product, and we release again. It's how we learn, grow, and evolve. And, quite honestly, I think if we waited for the perfect version 1.0, we'd never release a product, and some great innovation would end up on the proverbial cutting room floor. You know, our industry has been navigating some uncertain times that will have long-term implications. You know, physical occupancy as at unprecedented lows, new leasing velocity is all but non-existent. You know, without tenants in our buildings to support a revenue stream, you know, valuations are going to get reduced, liquidity concerns are going to emerge, cash flow required to operate our assets is going to be limited and constricted, which in turn is going to impact staffing and service levels. You know, yet despite those challenges, we need to keep the lights on, secure our buildings, provide tenant amenities, and more than ever, you know, a higher level of janitorial and air quality services. And in many ways, it's that crossroads that is a perfect fit for prop tech to navigate. You know, I think these circumstances are what drove our focus of this year to be getting tenants back into our buildings safely and securely. You know, and I think, as you might suspect, we had literally 60% of all the submissions this year were in the building operation and wellness category. We've seen some innovative and creative solutions that automate processes, provide enhanced amenities to our tenants, monitor environmentals with IoT devices. These sensors are collecting a wealth of information about our assets to help them run more efficiently. So really some creative stuff that hopefully will help reduce costs as well as get these tenants back into the buildings. So the other side of this year's format, we've changed it slightly. Our goal is to get as many different products and solutions in front of you. So we're going to start off with a quick panel, and then we're going to have over the day today 10 presentations. You can also stop by our 2 exhibit halls, A and B, and meet everybody that's presenting on a panel today. You'll also be able to visit any of the vendors that are part of the connected tracks as well. So one last housekeeping note, if you visit our website, proptechchallenge.com, you'll actually find the link to stream this live on YouTube. And then after the event over the next couple of days, we're going to be uploading all the videos of all the presentations that we've had between yesterday and today. So with that said, I want to kick off the morning session with John Gilbert, the COO of Rudin Management, as well as the chairperson of the REBNY Technology Committee. I want to thank you all for joining us today, and have another great day at the conference, both here and on the connected side. And with technology, it's probably going to take about 20 seconds or so of a delay as they flip through to the other feeds. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to John and a great panel that's going to talk about how we navigate these challenges using PropTech. Just everybody just hang on. There we go. Good morning, John.
feet. 10 of it is office, and 5 of it is residential. I'm also the chair of the REBNY technology committee, and I'm really excited to kick off day two with a very unique and interesting panel. People say that all politics and all real estate is local. But I think we can say all prop tech is global. Because we have Stanton Wong in Shanghai. We have Steve Sperry in Seattle. We have my dear friend Ron Victor in California. So we are we're literally covering halfway around the globe, which whether you want to go east or west. West. I guess we got to go west. But I just wanted to bring the panelists into this conversation. Get right to it. As most of you were aware, the PropTech Challenge this year year was divided into multiple categories. Today's category is operations, wellness, and sustainability. And what we're going to be, there were over 30 companies that submitted within this category, over 50 in all. And what I want to do today is to really kick off this panel. There'll be presentations all day long with the folks that some of the folks that were voted to be a panelist by our 4 judges. I was not a judge, but we're excited to have these 3 companies talk about their products. And I'm going to start with Stanton, because you're the farthest away. You're in Shanghai. Tell us what Giga is doing, and I'm really interested, you know, as so many real estate companies like Rudin and others begin to focus on Internet of Things and to focus on grabbing data within our spaces. You came in with a very very interesting application which talked about the reset standards. And if you could talk about the problem that you think that Giga solves, and to talk about your thoughts in terms of how important, how we get to standardizing many of the devices that we're putting into our building. So Stan, why don't you kick this off?
Yep. Thank you very much, John. My name's Stanton. I am the president of Reset, and we're a division under Giga. So what we are is we're a building standard focused on operations, and essentially it's everything that we do is on data and data quality and continuous monitoring. So Reset started off with air quality. Quality, and the reason we did air quality is because the team that started Reset was based in Shanghai, and China was having an air quality problem. Everyone knew that air quality is bad outside, but no one knew about how bad air quality was inside. What we looked at was continuous monitoring devices, which didn't exist at that time for commercial buildings. At a more reasonable price. That you can install in indoor spaces and look at the trends of how your air quality is performing. So that's essentially what we pioneered. And the standard evolved into something that's focused just around continuous monitoring. So the easiest way to describe us is We're similar to Lead and Well in the sense that we're building standards. But we are much more interested in just the data aspect of it. So we're not about your design, your solutions. It's just about how you collect and automate your data collection.
And why are standards important? What are they, why is it important? Important to be standardizing this. If I grab data, indoor air quality, I can grab CO2 data, I can, grab data dealing with, particulate matter, and I can express that data. How do the standards fit into that?
So for standards, there's two reasons. One is just making it so that you can compare apples to apples. When we first started, some of the issues that we're encountering were essentially where do you put your monitors? Do you put it on the ceiling, or do you put it somewhere where it's more within breathing range? So our requirements are monitors are installed somewhere between 1 meter and 1.8 meters. So it's more within the range of the level that you would breathe at. Other things that we'd consider initially were the quality of the monitors. The first batches that we were testing 6 years ago, most of them didn't have a TVOC sensor. They used a CO2 sensor to mimic the TVOC data. So that's not something that's obvious. Their monitors are going to tell you, oh, we're reporting these things, but you don't know the details behind them. So what we were doing, we're just testing the monitors to make sure that they were actually doing what they were supposed to be doing instead of mimicking it. Based on some kind of algorithm they were using.
So it's data quality, sounds like.
Exactly.
And got it. Well, Ron, Victor, IODIUM, you've been at this for a good long time. One of the early folks in this space, and somebody who.
John, thank you. This is John. Thank you. This is Sandy. Great job, guys. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Thank you. So we're now going to switch over to the
really
next
consider as a
portion
true
of
thought
our
leader.
program, where we're going to start with a series of presentations.
Talk to us
from
about
5
IODIUM
of
and
the
what you're
various
doing,
companies that
and
submitted.
the things that you're seeing.
The sequence is going to be Prescriptive Data, Sapient Industries, TBL Building Sciences, Measurable, and Spaceflow. So they're going to come up within each of the
and finding in the real estate customers
presentations. Rather, it's going to take about a minute or so just to flip back and forth as they load up their presentations. So give us a second and we will get started. So Prescriptive Data, as I say, come on down and join us on stage.
Sandy, thanks very much. Just want to make sure the audio is working here. Can you hear me?
I can, very well. And
Fantastic.
I'm going to walk off stage virtually and hopefully not through the wall this time. And give us 1 second and we should be able to get the screen changed around for you to take control and rock and roll.
Okay, terrific. I think best I can tell, it looks like we've transferred the screen over at this point.
Thanks, John. Very kind words. Appreciate it.
So I'll wait for your confirmation.
This doing prop tech for a while now.
It's all you.
Very interesting space
Okay,
coming from
terrific.
Silicon.
All right. Good morning, everyone on the East Coast. Good morning, early morning to those of you on the West, and for everyone else around the world. Thanks for taking the time to join us today. My name is Sonu Panda. I'll spell the name. It's S-O-N-U. Last name is P-A-N-D-A, and I'm chief executive of a company called Prescriptive Data that I'm particularly excited about. I know we've only got 15 minutes today, and so I'm going to take you through an overview of the company as well as give you some insight into aspects of the system that we provide that's called Nansen. So Prescriptive Data is the company, and Nansen is our flagship building operating system. But first, some context. For those of you that don't know Prescriptive Data, we're a smart building technology company based here in New York City, but unlike a typical startup that starts in a garage and then hopes to get into buildings, we were born within buildings. In fact, we were born within the engine room of 345 Park Avenue, which happens to be the flagship building of REBNY Management, a 1.8 million square foot building here in Manhattan at the intersection of 52nd and Park Avenue. So very much we focus and our missions are around improving building operations. And certainly we were focused on wellness before COVID-19 came on the scene, but doubly, if not triply so, now that COVID-19 is sort of a fact of life. So I'll walk you through essentially three things. One, explain to you what prescriptive data and what NANTM is. Two, walk you through how we're using NANTM in conjunction with smart switched on customers to address COVID-19, return to work, and overall tenant wellness. And then I'll also share with you the solutions that we've built to help owner operators and enterprise tenants alike address their energy reduction challenges, their sustainability challenges, and specifically meet local law 97 head on. So to start with, let me just explain what NANTM is. NANTM is first and foremost an operating system for buildings. It starts with an integration platform that brings data in from external systems, your operational technologies, your BMSs, and then use case specific applications that that are designed to drive specific business outcomes. And so what we do is we extract data from all of the existing building systems you have in place. We pair that data
yes,
with
very focused on cyber
data, real-time weather feeds, real-time utility pricing information. We combine it with the data coming from all variety and manner of IoT sensors. And we take full advantage of any existing technologies that you prefer or any data sets that you've created to create a secure data lake. Once we've created that, we go looking for patterns. We look for negative patterns that we can dampen or attenuate altogether. We go look for positive patterns that we can repeat and amplify. And upon recognition of those patterns, we deliver real-time recommendations to building operators. Just as importantly, we do it in a very, very secure way with dedicated monitoring applications, intrusion detection, and intrusion isolation algorithms that are driven by our OT-centric cyber defense technologies. And we pair that with the notion that if you're a stakeholder within a building, whether you're the building owner, an operator, whether you're the enterprise tenant, whether you're an employee of the tenant, we provide stakeholder-specific situational awareness and visualization, as well as command and control. So with that being said, I'd love to walk you through what we've done specifically to address the challenge of helping tenants safely and confidently come back into the workplace. Let me start though with something that we consider to be very much a cornerstone of our solution. And that is this notion that we want to bring in any type of data from any type of system. So what you see on the screen is a series of aggregate diagnostics, in this case for the REBNY management portfolio, 10 million square foot of commercial and 5 million square foot of residential, and then normalized descriptions of each of the individual buildings that make up both the commercial portfolio and increasingly the residential portfolio. The idea here is that the data that you see on the screen comes from any variety of BMS system. For example, data coming from out of 345 Park might be a Schneider EcoStructure system, data coming out of 355 Lexington Avenue, coming out of a Siemens system.
All of these can be compromised once they're connected, and they can bring a building down.
That's highly flexible, highly modular, and oriented around data sharing, as opposed to being hardware-centric and built around proprietary lock-in. But as it relates to supporting the Return to Work initiative, what you should see on the screen is an example of one of the key elements of our sensing capability. And in this case, it's occupancy. And what's on the screen right now is a span of time that's the beginning of March 2020 to the end of March 2020. And what you see right here in the middle is the effect of the city level and the state level
40-story building hack, elevators hack,
right around March 15th, 14th or so, with a dramatic drop in occupancy. So first things first, we get occupancy, and then we go make use of it. And I'll show you how. The idea here is to not only be able to sense whole building occupancy, but to be able to sense it or not occupied but you know the extent to which people are coming in and out of those buildings, in and out of those spaces, again, whether you're an enterprise tenant or whether you're an owner operator. By the same token, this notion of being hardware agnostic is critical to our support of return to work initiatives. We want to allow owners and operators and enterprise tenants to take full advantage of existing equipment, in addition to be able to take full advantage of the newest technology that be available on the market. And once we've done that, it then enables a whole slew of next generation,
this is
what I would call
absolutely
cross-border
connectivity is
connected
essential,
experience.
data acquisition
What we're
is
seeing on the
essential,
screen is our occupancy-based
occupancy
cleaning
experience is
solution
essential,
that
but
takes
all
full
of that
advantage of everything from occupancy sensors to the detection of leaks in bathrooms or in kitchens that then can be interpreted by an Anthem for the benefit of building owner and operators to be able to provide just-in-time cleaning and maintenance in reaction to spills and what have you, but certainly as it relates to the presence of humans and potential exposure to COVID-19. Similarly, we've taken the same technology and we've extended it to the employee of the tenant's mobile handset. So not only are we able to communicate with them directly, notifications and such, reminders of temperature taking first thing in the morning, but we can also provide them with indications of key factors that determine their safety in the building. So for example, lobby wait times. By the same token, indicators of how the the air quality of any particular zone might be as they enter and exit that zone. And then ultimately, we provide them with the way to, again, cross borders, go from the street to the lobby, to the elevator, and into their workspace entirely contactless. And while that's interesting, we're particularly excited about the fact that all of the data that we capture is ultimately brought back into the hands of the owner and operator and the enterprise tenant. Of course, this is done in an anonymized way, but now we provide unparalleled situational awareness for the building operator in terms of exactly what's going on in the lobby at the turnstiles, exactly what the trends look like from an occupancy standpoint, how long it takes for somebody to be waiting in the vestibule for their elevator to arrive, depending upon which elevator they're on and which floor they're going to, and ultimately being able to provide keen insight into air quality, as I said earlier. The idea being that all of this data taken in concert with the interactivity with unparalleled intelligence as to the experience of the tenant. And so what we're seeing here is this idea that we can use this data to understand who's having issues, who's not having issues, who's using their space to a maximum, who's underutilizing their space, all of which can drive interaction between the owner operator in terms of retaining tenants and potentially attracting tenants as well. So that's the first piece of the equation. The second piece of the equation is to ensure that the buildings remain operated at a highly efficient level. And so we view that as a function of a couple of different components. The first one is this idea of being able to access normalized, customizable, situational data. In those instances where we encounter new hardware we've never seen before, we build drivers directly for that
all the data
technology, and we ultimately provide visualization, situational awareness, if you will, across any number of data streams within your buildings. Once we've done that, though, we apply the heart of the system, which is basically AI and machine learning driven algorithms to understand the rhythm of the building, to memorize those rhythms, to understand as usual, and to understand what constitutes a departure from business as usual. And what that's done is given us an incredible base upon which to build climate-centric, climate risk-centric tools. And so you'll see that there's a series of applications that have already been built. Everything from managing the peak demand of a building, to managing energy in real time, to automating the demand response process, incorporating real-time on-site generation into those energy management strategies, being able to renewable energy that's being consumed, provide real-time verification across all of this, and then ultimately be able to see in real time your GHG emissions. So what you see on the screen here is a real-time GHG calculator for 345 Park Avenue. The green line represents through the course of day the real-time carbon equivalent emissions tracking. And then above it, what you see is the 2024 GHG benchmark that's been prescribed by Local Law 97. So you can see in this particular case, REBNY management is well ahead of the 2024 benchmark. But as you can imagine, the blue line, which represents the 2030 benchmark, provides input on a visualization basis that informs the capital project slate ahead of this particular building within REBNY management as they think about how to beat the 20
ability to
as well.
take data at rest and data in
now
motion.
I could go on and
very
on.
securely across the WAN to wherever it's
tell you about
supposed to
each of
go.
these individual apps and allow you about digital integrations work. But we're happy to say that we're part of the solution to effort to fight COVID-19 and to see people get back into the office. I'll stop there. Of course, I'm happy to take questions if anyone has any.
Great, thank you very much. That's great. Obviously, hopefully you'll be in the exhibit. People want to catch up with you, afterwards. Next up is David Solomon from. So, David, come on down.
The ability to then very securely enable people who want to remote in back into the building to change set points on the HVAC.
David, let us know if you need any help getting your presentation up on the main screen.
Yep, it's just uploading now, so sorry.
Okay. No, it's okay. It's, as I kind of mentioned earlier, it's the interesting side. We've all gotten so used to Zoom fatigue where, we just show up and half of us don't even have our cameras on. That, this virtual platform, well, it's cool and it's interesting. It has a little bit of a learning curve.
Yep.
But to me, it's a lesson learned much in comparison to when we roll out new versions of our prop tech software or we build something, the user experience, which we sometimes, don't think about, and, making it easy. I know, there were videos and tutorials for people to watch. So it was very much reflective of, what we all do as a whole. While your presentation is uploading and you're getting connected, do you want to just start sharing with the crowd what Sapient is and what you do as you kind of get queued up? And
Sure.
if you need help, just let us know, and somebody from Purple or Connected will, technically be there to support you as well.
Yeah, it's about, I think it's just jumped, but it's just finalizing right now. So let me just see if it pulls up right now.
Yep, it's starting to come up. Super.
Thanks, Drew. Okay, let me try to blow this up.
I will share from experience that the mouse controls on advancing the slides, if it's PowerPoint, are fairly sensitive. So go check.
Okay. Got it. So let me, can you all see? Page back up.
Yep, we can. We can see the slide that says plug load is everywhere.
Yeah, let me try to. How do I blow this up?
We actually see it full screen, so it's clear.
Okay,
it's clear
let me.
and everything else. So you're good on the visual side for the audience.
Oh, there we go. There we go. So now let me try to figure out. There we go. All right, there we go. So you guys can see it okay now?
Yep, we're good to go. We're on the intro slide.
Great, thank you very much. Well, my name's David Solomon. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer at Sapient Industries. I want to thank you for having me join. Excited to share, what we do with the prop tech community. So thank you. I hope you'll find this review of plug load management as an interesting topic. And just as a quick background, Sapient is headquartered in Philadelphia. We've been around for about 5 years. We really work with large enterprise organizations throughout North America. We'll soon begin to roll out internationally as we develop our own smart plugs and strips that we'll be talking about. And lastly, we work with an unlimited number of verticals, such as technology, education, telecom, healthcare, government, and we cover all types of applications, ranging from dense office spaces to laboratories to manufacturing and industrial. There we go. Clicking the next page, doesn't seem to want to move.
The arrows might be reversed, which I have seen happen.
Oh, got it. Let me see. Previous. There we go. Blow that up again.
I guess I can close that help desk ticket now.
There we go. Okay. So, as I mentioned, today we'll discuss plug load, which is the electrical consumed by all plugged in devices and equipment throughout a building. And by accessing and analyzing plug load data, it can help better manage commercial building energy consumption. Yeah, you're right, it is reverse.
We do see the plug load slide, so you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get to the next page. And it doesn't seem to want to cooperate. Okay, there we go. I'm not sure why, but so by accessing and controlling plug load data, you can analyze the most granular electrical activity of a building to creatively use it in multiple applications that drives workspace impact and efficiency. So on this page, a number of examples of the applications that you could be using plug load data, which a lot of people have not really thought about. Obviously, the first is reducing building energy consumption. Another one is identifying and eliminating redundant equipment. Third is transitioning from a reactive asset maintenance program to a proactive and predictive one. We can also optimize space utilization, can improve building safety, and of course, there's a reduction of carbon footprint to improve environmental impact. So really, whether a building's already LEED certified or is not very efficient, plug load is becoming either the first slice to begin providing building efficiency, or it could be the last slice if you're looking for that final opportunity. In terms of, what is today's commercial building problems? Well, many people are surprised to learn an alarming industry trend relating to commercial buildings. On average, any commercial building, HVAC and lighting drives 2/3 of the energy consumed, and plug loads representing the other 1/3. This is an illustration of an average commercial building. And all of the new innovation in building management systems really have only focused on HVAC and lighting. So those are becoming more and more efficient and are expected to reduce from the current 2/3 to less than 50% in a few years. So what does that mean? That means that plug load, which is unmanaged, will take up the void and is expected to increase from the current 1/3 to over 50% in the next few years. And almost half of that plug load is expected to be wasted energy. Some of you may have heard of something called vampire draw or phantom load or parasitic load. This is the situation where equipment is left on but unused and equipment is still being drawn and wasted. And that's the problem we're trying to eliminate. I always say to people, imagine going to your bosses when they ask, how are you doing on managing energy across the buildings? And you have to say, well, we're doing great on 2/3 of it, but anywhere from 1/3 to 50%, we're really not managing because there's not a solution. So the last comment on this page is that as companies want to have smart, quote, smart buildings with central visibility, that will provide truly full building information of its electrical activity and want to make more fully informed decisions. But to do that, you need the most granular level of data, and that is at the plug load data. So what kind of solution is out there? We believe we're the first full turnkey in the cloud SaaS application that runs a deployment of smart outlets and power strips. Do three things. We can collect plug load data, we can analyze plug load data, and we can control the power going to equipment by turning off and on using our smart deployment of smart plugs and strips for live power consumption on each and every plugged-in device in a building. Let's first talk about the web application. So the web application uses machine learning and AI with patented algorithms that provides predictive analytics to help anticipate the needs and actions of the people and the equipment. So you can do a lot of things, including three key ones. The first one, you can automatically identify each plugged-in device. We would know the difference when you plug a piece of equipment into a smart plug. The machine learning will end up auto-identifying and labeling a refrigerator versus a monitor versus a cappuccino machine. It knows the difference based on its power profile. Two, we can develop rules to turn on and off equipment based on when people are going to use them or not use them. And lastly, as a result, we can determine how much energy they're consuming. In terms of the hardware, these are called smart plugs or smart strips, because each one of these sockets can communicate to the application in the cloud with all the power data for each socket, including voltage, current, and reactive power profile. So like I said, think of it as the fingerprint of each piece of device. And each socket has a relay switch. They are each independently meterable, and they're also controllable. On the next slide, let's talk about the kind of the values you can get out of this system. In the first column for reduction of energy consumption, we have reduced total building energy consumption by average by 12% to 20% by using two methods. One is the after hours rules of turning things off, and two is managing plug load to reduce peak demand shaving. There's techniques in order to help reduce it. Together, it's the kind of impact you can get. For the middle column for asset management, we provide an automated anomaly detection and notification feature in which we can send an email or text to the maintenance team for every device in the operations based on voltage or current anomalies. So we define an anomaly. It could be a power surge or voltage spike. So that you can set up rules to say, hey, for these more expensive pieces of equipment, please notify me. You probably won't be doing it for an iPad charger, but for more expensive pieces, you would. So, as an example for preventive maintenance, imagine having the opportunity to replace the typical manner that companies do, including Fortune 50 companies, where they do a typical periodic walkthrough of the building, and they have in their hand an iPad with a static Excel spreadsheet of all the equipment that's in that facility, and it turns out to be more of an inventory checklist. Now, with a dashboard, you can replace that and have 100% visibility at your desk of all equipment, including where they are located, the type of usage they are doing, which ones are energy hogs, which ones are on, which ones are off, and if they have any issue. On the second item, in terms of redundant equipment, I think bestly described as one of our clients had an engineering facility with multiple departments, and they had recently bought 30 3D high-end and expensive printers. We did a utilization study and found that if they centralized these printers, they would only require 6 of them because the other 24 in whole part were collecting dust and not really being used. And they actually did that, so they were able to get out of the lease on the other 24 of the 3D printers. Small example, but you can then understand what we mean by identifying redundant equipment in terms of utilization. The third one, space optimization. A good example is that one of our clients had 10 floors of a 30-floor building and was considering expanding to another floor. As one of the many things we did, when they performed with us, a utilization of their workstation and offices, and found that on 2 floors, almost 20% of the offices and workstations were used less than 10% of the time. This was pre-COVID, by the way, and they were used less than 10% on an ongoing basis. So rather than considering expanding to another floor, they just converted one of these floors to a floating desk hoteling configuration. Lastly, in the third column is the good part, is the feel good part. It's the go green, reducing carbon footprint based on the amount of kilowatt hours saved from the first column. Now let's turn our attention in terms of the role plug load management can play in this period of COVID-19. And I'll talk about two areas. We can provide on this page, we can provide another layer to a company's return to work playbook for safety protocols to enhance social distancing. By allowing building administrators to control power delivery to each individual workstation, they can deactivate the power going to specific workstations. If you have a bunch of adjacent workstation cubes, you can go ahead and deactivate it to every other one by cutting the power to them. It's just another line item in the playbook of helping return to work safety protocols. This system can also be used as oversight for administrators when employees are clustering in common areas to again drive for safe distancing. Another way that we've helped in a very exciting thing that we've been doing during COVID is that we help address what is turned out to be a misalignment between energy consumption levels and occupancy levels. While occupancy has sharply declined during COVID, energy consumption overall has only moderately declined. A recent study of a portfolio of New York City buildings in the middle of the summer showed that while occupancy had been reduced by 94%, the building energy consumption of that space only declined between 3 and 17%. So why hasn't energy consumption decreased more dramatically? Well, for one, not related to plug load, but the SLAs between property owners and tenants require buildings to operate at a basic level, regardless of the occupancy level. But in terms of plug load, they've also found that the plugged-in devices remained on and were still running since March and April. Coffee machines, vending machines, monitors, computers that were still there. So while individually each piece of equipment may look harmless, in aggregate, they are material and they're constantly drawing energy. They're representing a bigger slice of a building's total energy consumption, in part because there's an ever increasing density of plugged-in devices in the building. So this misalignment between energy consumption and occupancy really represents a significant inefficiency, as well as a compelling optimization opportunity to significantly reduce operating costs and carbon footprint. At the end of the day, ultimately, the systems enable facility managers to make informed, granular decisions about how power is distributed and utilized in their buildings.
Hey, David, I'm going to need you to start to wrap it up to keep us on time, please.
Sure, on the last page, so
Great.
that works out nicely. So in terms of regulation, there's also the ability to use plug load data to respond to the progressive municipality environments with policy from coast to coast. So the passing of New York City's Local Law 97 as part of the city's Green New Deal impacts building owners as it creates carbon emission limits for most buildings over 25,000 square feet, and there will be significant fines if they don't. In California, there's a Title 24 to reduce energy consumption, and one of the requirements is to have power outlets that are automatically controlled, and the failure to do so will cause penalties and so forth. So that's the presentation, and thank you.
David, thank you very much. Devin Feeney from TBL Building Sciences is joining us on stage. I will tell you, as a CIO, we leave all of our machines powered up because we're constantly pushing, whether it be Windows updates or other security patches, so that if somebody comes into the office and needs a machine, that we know that it's up to date. So our ability to, kind of deal with the whole cybersecurity aspect of it and keeping everything current plays a big part into why we're leaving all these machines on. Even if they go into power mode, they're still up, to your point of, the disparity between occupancy and the technology.
Yeah, if I could just mention back to that, what we found talking to some CTOs, especially when the CFOs are in the room, it appeared that by organizing it and managing it differently rather than keeping things on 24/7, having windows of times to do update patches and those kind of things seem to be a possible solution for that for some organizations. Doing it any other day, so it works both ways. So, but thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, so I will, David, ask you to walk off stage if you can, with your avatar, and then we'll get Devin started from TBL Building Services.
Hi, Sandy. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, great. Let me just get to the front page here. Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for having us today and organizing this this presentation. We really appreciate it. So I could just get started, correct?
Yes, please, rock and roll.
Okay,
David,
great.
off stage, it's all you.
Great. So my name is Devin Feeney. I'm the Vice President of Engineering at TBL Building Sciences, right? So for those of you that do not know, TBL is an industry-leading building health and wellness technology company that primarily focuses on monitoring and managing indoor air quality in real time. We utilize sensor-based data collection and analytics to provide building owners, managers, and our partners the opportunity to proactively monitor real-time indoor environmental quality parameters to improve mechanical system operation. The company was born out of the goal to optimize mechanical system operation by creating and generating visibility into building health and wellness parameters, a market trend that's sort of picked up even very drastically prior to the introduction of COVID-19. Occupants are very honed in on their health, safety, and well-being, in addition to energy efficiency. Right, so the built environment is in the wake of a significant transformation. In addition to the global pandemic, the root of the transformation is driven by advancements in technology. The technology is providing us with data, and data is allowing us to challenge decisions, promote experimentation, and explore innovation. More recently, we've seen this innovation honed in on building health and wellness, and building occupants are looking for transparency as they are being called to reoccupy buildings and work from commercial workspaces, reoccupy healthcare facilities, universities, and anything that would be included within the built environment. So here's a high-level overview of TBL Building Sciences. So we are made up of, and what makes us different from most of our competitors is that we do consist of data scientists, computer engineers, and mechanical engineers. Right? We don't sort of sell ourselves as system providers. We also sell ourselves as service providers. We have a great understanding of not only what would be required from a sensor perspective or a monitor perspective, but we also understand what's feasible within a building, right? You could have the greatest idea in the world, but if it's not something that can offer great feasibility and scalability, then we definitely see an issue with the ability for operators to adapt to that technology. So we are a hardware software solution provider. Our devices are reset accredited, right? So we are a reset accredited monitor provider and a reset accredited data provider. So if you were present for the roundtable discussion with Stanton Wong, who is the president of the Reset Building Standard, right? So our monitors have proven quality and accuracy through multiple different testing procedures that the Reset Building Standard requires that we pass, right? So, from a monitor perspective, we do believe that we provide best in class. When we approach our customers, we do have a 4-step process. We try to understand what's existing within the building from an HVAC perspective and a space utilization perspective. And then we try to identify the balance between optimal IAQ and operational energy efficiency. Our real-time monitoring solutions are all-in-one multi-parameter monitors that include temperature, relative humidity, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, PM 2.5, PM 10, TVOCs, ozone, and formaldehyde. Most of these parameters are directly related to the success of viral transmission, such as COVID-19, or in the case of ozone, we've seen a lot of traction related to bipolar ionization technology. And now we want to be able to measure and verify that these systems are not producing harmful byproducts of their processes. And we do that by including sensors and being able to capture data in real time with regards to those parameters. We develop continuous improvement plans. We understand that this is not a sort of set and forget. We continuously strategize with our clients. We introduce different control strategies related to base building mechanical system optimization or optimization related to maybe filtration solutions, which I will go into in slide 8. And then we implement and evaluate. We work with building professionals. We partner with industrial hygienists. We partner with MEP consultants to implement and validate these continuous improvement plans. As mentioned previously, we've seen a market shift to ESG, and we can assist our clients and partners in identifying new and critical competitive differentiators. We've seen the introduction of carbon emissions reduction goals with Local Law 95 and Local Law 97, building energy efficiency ratings. So we combat that and assist them with providing building health and wellness scores and indexes and things like that. We assist customers in capturing green building certifications because our devices and our data platform is reset accredited. We allow our customers to capture green building certifications related to IAQ requirements that are required within the LEED standard, the WELL standard, Fitwell, and reset. We assist our customers in data-driven communication. As you can see with the implementation of Local Law 95, local governments and governments in general are requiring building owners to generate transparency with building occupants, and to do that in a way that resonates with the general public, right? Building scores are something that everybody can, resonates with everybody. So we do provide data-driven communication through existing digital signage or new digital signage that allows the building occupant to understand how well their building is performing from an IAQ perspective. So we do offer sensor-based technology for many different applications. The two applications that we focus on primarily are core and shell implementation. So we have an in-duct monitor for the base building HVAC systems, and then for the commercial interior implementations, we have a wall-mounted commercial interior monitor as well. This could be, and it depends on the client, this could be a 3-step process. The base building owner can hire us to complete a core and shell implementation. Then they recommend us to install our commercial interior solution to assist their tenants in bringing back occupants back into their building, and then they showcase their initiatives. Here are two visuals related to our hardware solution, right? So at the top, we have a core and shell implementation. This is our in-duct monitor, right? So we use this monitor to monitor the air that's being supplied to a space and subsequently return from that space. We assist base building owners, managers, and engineers in isolating their system from the commercial tenant space, just to allow them to be able to be proactive, right? To be able to rely and lean on credible data when building complaints from the occupants are starting to flow in. Then we have a commercial interior monitor. This monitor is used to measure IAQ throughout a given space. This could be to display real-time readings and occupancy-related data while providing a healthy and comfortable indoor environment. We've seen in a lot of cases that our device has, because it's a multi-parameter monitor, it's been something that's been used to replace and substitute traditional CO2 sensors, right? We have the capability, it comes standard with our device. We monitor CO2. And in addition to that, you future-proof your building or your space by including other parameters that the general public is now expecting you to continuously be on top of. When we deal with base building owners, managers, and engineers, we typically do work with competent, union operating engineers, Local 94 engineers. When we were engaging with commercial tenant workspaces, we weren't necessarily dealing with or working with people that had an engineering expertise or an expertise in mechanical systems. They were a little bit confused as to what ASHRAE was recommending or what CDC was recommending. So now we decided to design and manufacture our own air filtration systems to provide an automated end-to-end IAQ solution that monitors the space and filters the air in real time. We have 3 different solutions. One is a horizontal ducted automated air filtration. This is comparable to a ceiling concealed ducted fan coil unit. It's great and typically used in spaces that provide proper access for inspection and servicing, such as exposed and suspended ceilings. These devices, their sole purpose is just filtration, right? They are a supplemental filtration system to the existing base building system at the local level. They're hyper local. The likelihood of if there was ever an issue within a space, we're capturing that issue almost immediately. We offer a ceiling cassette unit. This ceiling cassette unit was extremely popular for the control of toilet exhaust plume. When somebody was to flush a toilet, they were concerned with aerosolized particles, and we were asked to design and manufacture a ceiling cassette unit. A wall-mounted unit on the farmost right. This product is typically used to supplement filtration within the breathing zone, right? So we really leaned on recommendations and documentation by credible organizations like ASHRAE and CDC. We introduce high efficiency particulate filtration, HEPA filtration, into spaces with an intelligent on-demand filtration system. We do believe that portable units are only sort of a Band-Aid right now, and that the ability to manage assets on a software platform not only provides better IAQ performance, but also provides the ability to manage assets from an O&M perspective, as well as an energy efficiency perspective as well. Portable units are going to be ignored. They're going to be plugged in for long periods of time, which is going to become a potential issue when buildings decide to install thousands of these units, if they do. And we do believe that a more intelligent solution that really hones in on conventional and proven strategies that have been around for a very long time is a great way to drive occupants back to the building. Here's a snapshot of our software platform. So we have a web-based platform that's accessible by base building owners, managers, engineers, and partners. We do have a mobile component to this as well. We track the correlation between IAQ performance and energy consumption. We allow our users to create user-defined alerts and manage assets throughout their ecosystem. They perform trend analysis and benchmark data against industry standards. We've been asked to identify alerts and thresholds based on the well building standard, or whether it's Fitwell or any other green building certification that they are looking to pursue.
Devin, I'm going to need you to start to wrap up soon.
Yep.
Because we got about another minute and we have 2 more presentations to go.
You got it. So this is the last component, and something that's a lot of people like, the showcase initiatives, right? How can we create, we believe that we do a very good job at not only collecting the data through an accredited platform, but being able to showcase that data in a way that will alleviate anxiety and questions from building occupants whose expertise is not necessarily within engineering. And we've included a Fisher Brothers case study here. They were really one of the first movers. We were completely installed, summer of 2020 to allow, through a core and shell implementation. And, they were extremely happy with the results, and we continue to work with them to implement different control strategies and algorithms around their mechanical system.
All right.
That's it.
All right. Thank you, Devin. And it's interesting, as I was watching your slides. Well, actually, first, if anyone from Measurable is in the audience, please come on up. It's your turn to present. And while we're doing that, I noticed on one of your slides that you were Reset accredited, and obviously Giga Reset was part of the panel this morning that John Gilbert was moderating. So while we're waiting, how easy was that process to go through?
Yeah, it wasn't easy at all, right? So, like I had mentioned before, we were all over this prior to COVID-19, right? So we were working with Stanton and Rafer well before the introduction of this global pandemic. So it took a lot of time and effort on our end to provide them with a monitor, a hardware software solution that they believed would pass their requirements, and did so within a laboratory environment.
All right, great. All right, so thank you. Great job. I appreciate it, and thank you also for sharing that little bit of insight on Reset. I don't see anyone from Measurable in the audience, so I'm not sure. I don't anyone from Spaceflow in the audience. I don't see Lucas in, so I'm not sure if there's somebody else who's kind of filling in for that, which is kind of a little surprising that we've got two presenters that are not here. Thank you, Devin.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. We'll see you later.
I do see we've got some of our other presenters in the audience. So if anyone's got any questions, I'll use this extra time that we have with Measurable and Spaceflow not being in the audience to take any questions, and we can actually ask, each of them, depending on who the questions are for, to help us out. If we don't have any questions, we can, certainly break early. There is a lot of other activity going on. There's networking in the virtual world with product demos on the connected side, which would actually be really interesting. We start up again at 1 o'clock. There's actually an Embracing CBRS and 5G panel in the CRE auditorium being moderated by Rich Berliner with some really good hosts. We start back here at 2 in the afternoon with part 2, where we have hopefully 5 other panelists or presenters rather, joining us on stage. And then John Gilbert will be ending the session with Best of Show in Building and Operations, which will be an interesting panel that you won't want to miss. And then as we wrap up after that, we've got a special announcement on our actual next Prop Tech Challenge, which is launching this afternoon. And we'll run over several months and be very closely tied to some of what you've seen. So join us even for that announcement as we get close to the end of the day at 4 o'clock. So since there are no questions in the chat, thank you all for attending and showing up. It's greatly appreciated. Hope this morning proved helpful. Stop by the exhibit hall to visit the presenters. Also stop by the virtual world. CBRS is going to be critical for us in 5G as we do all the IoT sensors and devices in our building. So that should be an interesting panel, and obviously all the cybersecurity concerns that go along with us. And then come on back at 2 o'clock. We'll be live streaming again on YouTube. So until then, have a great rest of the morning, and we'll see you in a few hours. Thank you.
Please go visit the booths in the exhibit halls. Stop by the Prop Tech Challenge booths, as well as the exhibitors for the Connected Virtual Show. Thank you all for attending, and we'll talk soon.
Hi, everybody. Listen, if you haven't left the room, SpaceFlow just showed up. We've still got some people in the audience. So Lucas, why don't you come up on stage? Let's get your presentation in here and get you going. So come on down onto the stage and, despite the fact that we had just wrapped up, we're going to go with the flow and start all over again. So come on down. So everybody, just give us a second. We're going to get Lucas up here, and then we're going to see the presentation by SpaceFlow.
Dr. Jackalo.
Fucking Lucas from. Lucas, do you need technical assistance to get your presentation up on the center stage?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Perfect. So I'm now sharing my screen. Okay.
Okay, just give it one second. We don't see it yet. All right, it's starting to come up there now. So, okay, we see the screen. So now you just need to select the right window, and you should be good to go.
Can you see it?
Yes, just minimize purple.
There we go. We
Minimize
see
purple?
Yeah, minimize.
Yeah, now you see it, right?
Yes, we see the SpaceFlow presentation, the PowerPoint show. Yep. You should be
Amazing.
good to go.
Perfect. So, perfect. All right. Hi, everyone. Hope you're having a great day, enjoying the conference. I'm super excited to share with you a bit about like market insights that we prepare for you, but also tell you a bit more about how we help landlords these days and these months to attract and get tenants back to buildings, and lastly to also show you the live demo of our app. So this is pretty much the outline, 3 parts of the presentation, and let's start with the first, which is the market outlook. So according to the recent report from EY, they put the question like, what are the real estate owners' technology priorities these days? And what we can see is that let's say, making operation more efficient and reduce cost, access new revenue streams and increase income, access new metrics and data points, together with making better investment decision. This is like the core of why real estate owners are thinking about getting the right partners and new solutions to help their life and both tenants' life easier. And having said that, I believe that this would stay pretty much the same even without the pandemic that we are facing these days, which brings a bit more complexity obviously to this need for transformation and having digital solutions in place. So what we see here is that definitely like now landlords need to, let's say, fight more to bring people back. Obviously New York, one of the cities where majority of the people is still working from home or remotely. So we somehow need to target or address this, and also create safe environments, make buildings safe for everyone, because I think this is like the essential thing, and it's where I believe, and we all believe in spatial technology can help landlords and building managers, operators to create safe environments pretty soon. So people get the sense of safety again, and they are come back in maybe not the full, let's say, model like before, but in some kind of hybrid. And how in particular we help in Spaceflow. So first of all, number one thing, we help landlords to engage remotely and support tenants in returning back to work. Second, we help them to build this trust and give confidence that the building or the portfolio of buildings is safe. And number three, we introducing touch-free experiences such as access controls or visitor management systems that or occupancy sensors that help to adapt to the new reality, and also bring these nice features that make it easier for everyone to use the space, and again it's safer. So our solution has three important pillars or three important elements. Number one is the admin console, which is on desktop or web based, and this is where we try to get all the important data for landlords. Then we have the end user mobile app for occupants and residents, and lastly, engagement support for our community managers who are helping with the overall transformation strategy and launching and onboarding of all tenants and users into the platform. So here we can see the detail about the administration console. Like I said, this is like a cockpit for landlords or building managers from where they can manage all their assets and buildings and edit all amenities, bookings from one place, resolve like tickets that are being uploaded from tenants, and like I said in the before, super important part about this dashboard or this administration is to all important data in dashboards and analytics that can help landlords to make better decisions. Second is the end user app. This is pretty straightforward. Like every occupant or resident in the building just simply downloads the app for Google Play. You sign up with your space or building that you're living or working, and immediately you get access to the whole content and news feed services, smart building features in one environment. As an add-on or extensions of our platform, we work with the leading providers from many other use cases, so access control or occupancy monitoring or energy consumption. Further on, plug into the platform or integrate to enhance the environment and create the full experience for both landlords and the end users. So Spaceflow is some kind of like umbrella solution where we try to connect then many of these other use cases as well. And we are in space so that every should be digital, every space should be digitized. So we are not only focused on commercial, but we do work with residential as well, or co-living or mixed use. So this is like our approach, which is different from other providers on the market, focus only on commercial. And since we started in 2016, we have launched buildings on markets. But what we see now, and we are super excited about this year and in the next year, we are planning a lot of rollouts of actually portfolios, landlords in the world. So this is for us a big proof that we are kind of close to launching of big portfolios, and also shows that the market is now, say, ready for these big rollouts. So now I'm excited to start the last part of this presentation, is this live demo. So if you give me a sec, I will now launch this and show you a bit from our platform. So when you open the app, first thing you can see is the newsfeed. On the newsfeed, you can see all the information from building management or managers, property managers in your space. As you can see, you can easily create a new post directly from the platform. You can filter all the content. So, for example, you can only see posts from the community of retailers or the other companies. In the announcement sections, you can see timely information, for example, regarding the pandemic or COVID, what has been implemented in the building environment to make everyone's life in the building safe. And you can create various polls, for example, which is also super important. Some kind of feedback from tenants in the building, and see people post various stuff, for example, carpooling, right? So try to also work with these topics that help the community to behave in more sustainable way, and more connected. Second part of the app is linked with on-site and nearby services. As you can see here, you can easily get details about, for example, local bistro, cafeterias in the building, get the daily menu, or book a spot directly from the app. You can also apply for various perks that are available for you. And lastly, you see all these that are ready for booking in the platform. For example, meeting rooms, you can your preferences, find available room, and then once you click on it, you can also pay for it directly from the app. You can also add some notes. As you can see, it's pretty seamless and easy to pay directly. Similarly, it can work with other amenities or services provided, which is now again very timely. When people will be getting back to the office, they will certainly need features these and other services, for example, like ordering a small coffee to your desk. Next feature is linked with messages. So direct messaging, something we also support. But every user can decide if they want to be visible in the platform, or just in a private mode to, let's say, source all the latest information and enjoy the convenience of the local services and amenities. So we don't need to be in the community in a visible way. What we see now is, for example, once something is broken or you have some kind of feedback you want to share, you can easily report an issue with the facility manager or property manager in the building. You can also get in touch with property manager or community manager through the section called important contacts. And you can see the list of all tenants in the building, where again you can see some detail, bio, potentially some contact on managers. And lastly, this section of all people linked to your space. Now we are in a zone you can edit your profile. So you can pick your company. You can see if you want to be
Lucas, we can't hear you. Lucas, I'm not sure if you're having a connectivity issue or a mic issue, but we can't hear your audio. We can see the visual. Thank you, Lucas. Unfortunately, we couldn't hear the last minute or two of your presentation. I'm guessing you might be having some internet or technical issues on your end because we were able to see the screen with no problem. So thank you. Much appreciate the presentation. Hopefully you'll be in the exhibit hall if people want to spend a little time getting to see more about the product and chatting with you. So thank you. And, kind of to everybody else, as I had, as we had mentioned before, we do have a little bit of time right now to visit the virtual hall and the exhibit halls. We also have, again, at 1 o'clock in the CRE auditorium, we have the Embracing CRE panel coming up as well, moderated by Rich Berliner. And then at 2 o'clock, we will be back in here for Building Operations and Wellness Part 2 with 5 demos and another presentation. So thank you all. Have a great lunch, and we'll see you in a few hours. Thanks. Hey Russ, it's Sandy. Could you do me a favor and please head off the main stage until after the opening remarks? Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Hi, everybody. We're going to get started in another couple of minutes as we hit 2 o'clock. So just stand by. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm just going to give it another minute or two as we near the 2 o'clock hour. Okay, everybody, I'm just going to give it one more minute as it's just about 2 o'clock now, and then we will get started with our afternoon session. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sandy Giacomo on behalf of REBNY and the REBNY Technology Committee. Welcome to the 4th Annual PropTech Challenge. You know, since our inception in 2017, the PropTech Challenge has showcased hundreds of innovative solutions covering a wide range of business segments, including commercial brokerage and leasing, residential brokerage and leasing, design, construction and development, IoT, blockchain, and today's focus, which is on business operations and wellness. This year, the challenge continues to grow. We're sharing the collective experiences of the diverse REBNY Technology Committee members. First off, I want to thank the team at Connected Real Estate Magazine for partnering with REBNY and PropTech Challenge this year. Rich Berlina, Aaron Friedman, and their entire team has done an amazing job. REBNY is also partnered with Connected Magazine, publishing a monthly REBNY Tech Talks series. We would have 5 articles available on their website covering a diverse range of topics. Connected also has another great session planned for this afternoon, again spearheaded by Darlene Pope, who's been a true leader in our industry for well over a decade. I will say that they've also done a great job finding this cool, Purple Live platform, adapting to, Zoom fatigue, which we all are greatly suffering from. And I will say, as I reflected on yesterday's events and some of the technology glitches, and it's funny because in between somebody actually chatted, mentioned they wish this platform had no bugs. I don't think it's truly any different than any of the technology solutions we build in our own shops, or even in the spirit that defines PropTech. We release version 1.0, we get user feedback, we fix bugs, we enhance functionality, and then we release all over again. It's how we learn, how we grow and evolve, not only as individuals, but as technology companies as well. If we waited for that perfect 1.0, I don't think we would ever release a product, and some great innovation would be left on the proverbial cutting room floor. As our industry, we've been navigating uncertain times that's going to have long-term implications. Physical occupancy is at unprecedented lows. Leasing velocity is all but non-existent in a lot of segments. Tenants, they're there to support our revenue stream. And without that, valuations get reduced, liquidity concerns emerge, with debt that's on our existing properties. Cash flow required to operate the assets is limited, which in turn impacts staffing and service levels. Despite those challenges, we still need to keep the lights on. We've got to secure our buildings. We've got to provide tenant amenities. And now more than ever, a higher level of janitorial and air quality services. In some ways, it's the perfect crossroads that's suited for PropTech. And I think these are the circumstances that really drove this year's challenge to be focused on getting tenants back into our buildings safely and securely. As you might expect, given the dynamics and the challenges we face, nearly 60% of our submissions were in the building operations and wellness category. Collectively, we saw some very innovative and creative solutions that automated processes, provided amenities to our tenants, helped connect us with prospective tenants, monitor environmentals with IoT devices and sensors, providing a wealth of information about our assets in the hope of running them more efficiently. This year, our demo day format has shifted a little bit. We want to get as many solutions in front of each of you as possible. We also urge you to stop by Exhibit Hall A and Exhibit Hall B, where you've got the 8 booths on the REBNY side to visit any of the presenters that are here this afternoon. You also have a wide variety of vendors and presenters from the connected track, so we really encourage you to stop by and do that. One housekeeping note, we are streaming live on YouTube. There's a link on our PropTech Challenge website. So with that, the afternoon is going to be slightly different. We're going to start off with 5 presentations from some of the best vendors that we got to see through this challenge. And then we're going to end the day with John Gilbert, COO of Wooten Management and chairperson of the REBNY Technology Committee, ending us with the best in show and building an operation. So it's going to be a great discussion talking about how each of these companies are getting us through these challenging times. So with that, I'm going to bring up Russell from RGBS Enterprises. So Russell, the stage is all yours now.
Thank you, Sandy. Presentation.
Russell, let us, if you need any help loading the presentation up or calling it up, we've got tech support from both Purple and Connected ready to assist if you need.
Okay, great. I uploaded it. It went and it was on the screen before. I just don't know how to get it back up. So
Did you by any chance favorite it?
I did not favor it. I'm sorry.
Okay, you might need to upload it again real quickly.
Will do.
All right. Yeah, the nuances of learning this new platform. Yeah, while you're doing that, it's been interesting because those involved know we sent around 3 tutorial videos to help people. And it was interesting watching people adapt to this change, the avatar, the gaming concept, navigating and walking through, finding private rooms, to chat. And like anything else, there are nuances. I will say that from a user interface perspective, I've been chatting with the folks at Connected, and we're going to give feedback to the Purple team. I think it's been overall a good platform. It's been interesting, but I think it's, like I said before, it's a microcosm of what we're all going through in the prop tech environment that we live in. And I see Aaron hovering on stage to help you.
What's the issue? How can I help?
I'm re-uploading my presentation. I just couldn't find it on the screen.
It did. Okay.
Hey, Aaron.
Yes, sir.
While we're waiting, do you want to, show everybody how some of the features here? You can dance, you can samba, anything particular? Oh, darn it. We lost your opportunity to. All right. Russ, I believe it's all you, and we're going to get Aaron to exit stage left or right.
That was
Thank
a
you,
tremendous
Aaron.
dance, Aaron. Yeah, I just wanted to say I did get to walk around the facility. I actually got to drive a boat down by the beach. That was great. And it is definitely a little bit different from what I'm used to, but hopefully I can make the presentation somewhat interesting and we can pick up something from it. So with that being said, I'm going to start with my presentation. And my first slide here is, I'm going to come back to it, but I just wanted to get this out there because I think this would put, the building automation world, kind of put all of us in the same spot. Complexity is the inevitable byproduct of growth. And as I'm going to touch a little bit about the history of me and my company and some of the partnerships that we have. And then as we go through it, we'll tie back into some of the questions that were presented for this presentation. All right, so RGBS, we are a DizTech controls dealer. We are a system integrator. Again, originally we started off as a controls contractor, and that migrated to a building automation contractor. And now we are an energy management system integrator. And that progression happened over a course of 20 years. And it explains a lot about how this industry has grown. DizTech, we've been a DizTech dealer for 17 years now, and we've watched that product grow as well, from a LAN-based product to a BACnet-based product to a BACnet IP and a total IP product. And we'll start touching about those different descriptions as we go through the presentation. All right, so RGBS is me and my business partner, Brian Simpson's brainchild. Started approximately 20 years ago to the day, well, not to the day, to the month. We've been, other than business partners, we are both veterans of the United States Naval Reserve. We actually went to United States Merchant Marine Academy. We actually met in 7th grade playing football together, and since then we've grown and we started this company together. So a little bit about what RGBS does. Again, we're a controls contractor. And some of the things that are going to be important when we start talking about controls, we are the lowest common denominator. Most people who have a building will have some kind of control system in it. So when we're talking about controls, the important things that you start to, the buzzwords and the important things that you want to look for are open systems. These are systems that can communicate to other systems and can be added on without going back to the original vendor. So systems like that, you're going to look for communication protocols such as LAN and BACnet. Those are, and also Modbus to a lesser degree. You're going to see mainly in today's world, you're speaking mainly about BACnet communications when you're talking about building automation. The other things that will be important as far as building automation system is the ability to integrate into systems. So these systems will be integrated utilizing the big technology that's out right now. The big platform that you'll be hearing a lot about is Niagara and Tritium. Tritium is a system integration tool that allows different communication protocols such as BACnet, LAN, and Modbus that we just mentioned, which are open-based protocols, and as well as the proprietary protocols such as N2 and some of the other systems that are out there that are based on proprietary systems. So with that being said, we're going to go to our philosophy about how we tie these systems together and what the important concepts that we have when we're going through. Again, being that we are a Navy-based company, that we came from the Navy, we want to make our systems fail-safe and reliable. And we need them, and being that they're open, we have to be very good at what we do. If we're not good at what we do and you have an open system, you can very simply get your remove the contract and move another contractor in. So RGBS has to be very good. Any system, any controls contract that uses an open-based system will have to have that mentality. That's why it's very important when you're looking at your control system to make sure that you go with an open-based system. And the other thing that as an open-based system, we have to be the leading edge of technology. If not, we'll fall behind the times. And with that being said, one of the other, being that we are a Navy contractor originally, we use a very basic engineering principle, which is keep it simple, and we all fill in that last word. But with that being said, and with all the things that we're saying about reliability, fail-safe, being good at what you do, it goes back to the whole complexity is an inevitable byproduct of growth. Our growth into complexity for RGBS was inevitable, not something that we wanted, but something that we needed to do. I much prefer to have simple systems. I much prefer to keep things very, very simple.
Hi, Chris.
And makes things easy for everybody. However, if you want to stay on the leading edge of technology, systems are going to start getting complex. And that's where we are at now, is how do we make the complex simple, and how do we make that complex something that we can put our hands around and move forward. So one of the other things that we want to talk about, I'm sorry, having a little technical difficulty. All right, so we're going to talk about controls. I don't know how many people are familiar with controllers and control concepts, but basically a controller takes inputs, has process capabilities, and can kick out outputs. Like I said, almost every system in New York, every building in New York will have a degree of controls in it. These controllers are able to do their processes on their own. However, controllers can talk to other controllers through a network. And these networks are communications, like I said, BACnet, Modbus, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. There's multiple different ways that these controllers can speak to each other. One of the things about our control systems that are starting to come more into more popular concepts, especially with the current environment, with the COVID situation that everybody's dealing with, is that a touchless environment in which you can control your entire building, but more people are more concerned about a particular room hands-free. So our systems are capable of using an app. That app is capable of controlling your room, including lighting controls, HVAC controls, and as well as shade controls. So you no longer have to touch anything when you walk into the room. This combines with occupancy sensors, but on top of the occupancy sensors, sometimes the light comes on in a room, you might want to dim it, or you might want shades open or closed. This is something that we could do through our app. The app is also capable of doing much more than just the room controls. By integrating this system with other systems, we can even accomplish elevator controls. So we can call elevator, do elevator calls. You can also tie this system into occupancy. So this way you can request scheduling for different rooms in case you have a building where you have availability to lease out or rent out auditorium space or other spaces. This app can also do that to schedule that as well. One of the things that I want to get into a little bit is the backbone of these systems. So again, on the system level, we can speak BACnet, we can speak LAN, and those systems can speak to each other. Now, these systems have tons of information that we would like to share with different people and different vendors. This is where the backbone ties into this. And I know I've been watching a lot of other contractors, and what we want to do, and a lot of people are talking about, is a fiber backbone system. Very important that we have this fiber backbone in place because the amount of data that's being transferred and being shared between systems now. If you don't have the backbone, the fiber backbone, you're going to run into a bottleneck of information where the information can't be shared at a proper in the bandwidth and also the timing that is needed. So what you want to do is you want to get your fiber as deep into the system as you can. That's one of the systems that we've been working on. We've been working with different buildings to get this accomplished, and we've been very successful at Fisher Brothers, getting this building fiber backbone down to the floor level, which means that we can have a large bandwidth of information, collect information in a secure manner, and hand it to the different people that need to get to. This is some of the network diagrams of these fiber backbone systems. And we're going backwards. I'm sorry, I'm having a little technical difficulties with this system here. Oh, there we go. Okay, so one of the most important things that what we're looking for our platforms is to get information back and forth to the different various experts. Again, your controls contractor is going to be the lowest common denominator, meaning that every system is going to mainly have these systems in place by time when you start the system. So these people already have temperature data, humidity data, have ability to control how much air is coming in and out of the building, which is going to be very important for air quality. When you add additional sensors, these sensors can be added by different vendors, or you might want to utilize some of the existing information that you have available. Therefore, you can take this backbone, collect the information, and then through integration, distribute this information. RUBS has been doing this and been very successful. We can't be an experts in everything. So when it comes to air quality, that's not one of our expertise, but we can hand this information, and we have handed this information to an expert who is into the air quality. We can also hand in energy information. So instead of just having a total building energy meter, we can do energy meters at particular air handling units. This way we paint a better picture for whoever's making the energy decisions. Let them know, all right, this particular piece of equipment is using a tremendous amount of electricity or whatever, and we can make the changes necessary. So with your controls contractor being part of that mix, you are now able to not only get the information, but make changes to that information. So we can turn off that unit, we can change occupancy, we can change scheduling for that unit. We might be able to utilize different units in place of that unit. This way we can save energy. And again, just like this venue that we're using here, it becomes almost like a video game where you can make live changes. You can collaborate with different people almost immediately. If somebody needs that information, and the person who has contracted us gives us permission, we can share that information with them almost immediately. I'm coming up on my time. I apologize for being a little bit shaky. It's a little bit different of a venue than I'm typically used to. I appreciate your time.
Russ, thank you. You did a great job. I think everybody's learning that the mouse buttons are a little sensitive, and in some cases reversed and opposite. So you did a great job, and the product looks really good. Thank you for sharing with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. And if you guys have any questions, I don't know if you guys can, I guess, text me or. Sorry?
Yeah, I mean, there's also, I'm sure you're going to be in the exhibit hall,
Yes, sir. Yes.
so they can come to the exhibit hall as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great day.
So next up on stage, Jody from Building End.
Thank you. Let me get my screen sharing going here. Wonderful. Thank you. I'm Jody Sarma. I'm the VP of Product Management at Building Engines. As a way of introducing Building Engines, if you're not familiar with the company, we've been in the CRE space for over 20 years. We've got over 850 customers and over 2.5 billion square foot of buildings across 26,000 properties under management that service over 160,000 tenants. So I've been at this for a while, and we've had a lot of great conversations with folks like you along the way. We work to help organizations in property operations and achieve better NOI. So really thinking about ways to increase revenues, reduce operating expenses, and provide the best experience for tenants. So to help you achieve that, what I'm going to show you today, rather than a presentation, is a demo of our building operations platform, Prism, that we deliver for operators. The modular design of this system will help you streamline your workflows and help you achieve your vision on reducing your expenses, increasing revenues, and improving tenant sat. So what we have here is a brand new app with a modern look and feel, single sign-on, and optimized experiences both on the web platform and mobile for different types of users. And we have modules including work orders, preventive maintenance, inspections, insurance, building communications, space management, and bid management. And I'm going to start my demo here on our homepage. It's kind of like mission control for the building. And we provide interactive cards that really highlight either the work that you need to do, like my work orders, or assigning unassigned work orders, and things that you might need to worry about or pay attention to. So you don't have to sift through a lot of data, rather you can manage by exception. If I'm assigning these unassigned work orders, I might want to see who's busy. You know, Bob seems like he's got a lot on his plate, but my day engineers at Dutch Tower, they're pretty open. So this helps me get my job done really fast. I'm also paying attention to things that maybe aren't going according to plan. So for example, I can quickly see overdue work orders that haven't yet been acknowledged by the assignee, and I can even pay attention to work orders on hold. So if I see something like an urgent work order on hold, it's been on hold for 5 months, it's a pretty good cue that I need to step in and take a look and see what's going on. In addition to kind of keeping an eye on operations and task management, we have another dashboard that lets you have a view into your relationship with the tenants in the building. So I can see, for example, that I'm not performing as well as I would like to on my targets for how quickly my team completes the work. And I can also monitor whether my tenants are happy or whether I have a few to worry about. And so our tenants are allowed to rate their satisfaction with work orders on a 1 to 5 scale. So you can see in this case, I've got one organization, one of my tenants has not been so happy lately, and that's something that I'm gonna need to check into. Any messages? Perfect. So when I think about costs, one of the areas that I want to make sure I'm doing is that I'm getting the most out of my expensive capital equipment. So our preventive maintenance module allows you to create reusable procedures so that you have a consistent operations and execution across one or more of your properties. So you can set up a certain procedure, you can determine the schedule that that procedure should be executed upon, monthly, annually, semi-annually, etc. Assign default assignees to do that work, and determine which properties. These end up firing tasks that you can monitor and make sure that your team is on top of this important preventive maintenance task set. Now, when we think about what's going on in the world now, one of the areas where our clients are using the system is to have perhaps new or increased preventive maintenance procedures around areas that relate to filtration and air quality. So maybe you want to make sure that you're doing your maintenance more frequently and doing more frequent filter changes, things like that. Inspections is another area where we allow you to create some templates for reusable work. Inspections, we're seeing our customers increasingly stepping up and adding new inspections around cleaning, signage, sanitation, everything to make sure that new protocols are in place and that those are followed per operational specifications. So what I'm showing you right here is a cleaning and disinfecting template that we've created. This is already a completed inspection, so you can quickly scan through these and see how easy it is to answer on a certain scale or a certain yes or no, pass or fail. We have different options, but what these all do is allow you to see which answers are kind of good answers or are not so good answers. In most cases, with both our preventive maintenance and our inspections module, these items will be completed on our mobile app. We have a mobile app that allows engineers or other staff that are out in the field and may not have internet connection to be able to successfully complete their tasks. What I've showing you here is a summary report of the inspection. This is something that you can use with your own team or share with ownership or management to show how you're taking great care of the building. You can even see work orders that were generated when items were not considered to be up to par, trends over time, and as you look into the details of each of the inspections questions, you can also see where photos have been captured to demonstrate what's gone wrong, work orders that have been created to show remedial action that the team is doing. Now, one thing that we're also hearing from our clientele is that in the world of COVID, sometimes they need different types of vendors that maybe they don't normally work with on a day-to-day basis. We have an RFP module that allows you to quickly and easily create a template. We have out-of-the-box service types for a wide range of different types of services, just showing a couple here for heating and ventilation. But we have predefined sets of questions. So if I were to just click on one of these templates that I already have, you can see I don't have to go through all the trouble to create an RFP from scratch. I can quickly and easily use an out-of-the-box template, add questions if I'd like to, and then submit to vendors. Now, we have a great set of resources of vendors in different geographies and according to different service types. So you could specify your own vendors if you know people that you want to send an RFP out to. But I think the real power when you need something new is maybe you don't know who the right vendors are. So this is a sample where I've sent an RFP out to 3 vendors. I've got full documents back, but I also have a really handy comparison tool. So I can look through the questions and just read row by row and compare the answers for different types of responses. So it's really easy for me to do an apples to apples comparison and find some new vendors. Another aspect that's we want to maintain during kind of these times where we don't have a lot of folks in the building is our communications with the tenants that work in the building. So we have a nice communications module. I've created a draft already of a message that I might want to send out to all of the tenants in the building, and we've got a nice pre-canned audience that you can choose. I want to remind my tenants that we've got a limit of 4 people in the elevator, so I can create a nice text message. I might want to upload a photograph or some images to help reinforce my message. And I can deliver this through several channels. We know that tenants get their information in different ways, so I can post it to a tenant portal as a general notice. I can also tag that with a little indicator that this is a special COVID-19 related notice. We also send these notices to tenants through email as well as by text through our AI assistant, Benji, that allows our tenant users to text back and forth to get news like this, as well as to submit service requests. So another area where we can really get a handle on how our tenants are feeling, and we want to make them really happy. We don't want to lose any of them right now. I mentioned that tenants can rate their satisfaction. So you can see in the detail of a work order, I can see really quickly that this tenant is happy. I know I don't have to do anything, but if it was less than 5 stars, I might want to follow up. While I'm looking at this, you can see this is kind of a nice history of everything that's happened in this work order. And as I kind of switch my talk from tenant sat to revenue, I might point out that we want to take the opportunity to charge back every time we can. So I might make a note that we just use internally. I hide from the tenant that this was really an overtime HVAC request. And I might want to go ahead and add labor and materials. If I need to charge back, I want to make sure that I'm capturing the appropriate rates, markup, and tax information. And I can actually go take a look at reports. I want to make sure that I can capture all my billables. So I have some nice reports. I'll fill this labor and materials details report quickly. We have a series of reports that deliver a variety of information. And like this labor and materials that shows me I'm doing pretty well on my billables here. We offer kind of a graphical representation for very quick, at a glance, a rich set of filters if you want to dive in and narrow your view. And we also have a tabular set of data that you can export. Another area where we really help you up front make sure that you're not missing out on billables is an at a glance way to look at your work order list. And during setup, you can set up specific issue types or types of work that you would expect there to be a bill on. And I can quickly scan down and see that I haven't done a good job. And this tells me that I really want to go in, look at each of these work orders and see if I need to be adding labor or material charges so that I could bill back. So lots of good ways to make sure that we're not missing out on revenue.
Jody?
Yes.
This is Sandy. I'm going to wrap up just about time.
Yes, you got it. So in closing, what I'll point out is kind of one last area. We provide a stacking plan where you can see a lot of different overlays on things like vacancy and lease expiration, and even diving down into a specific floor plan to give you an idea where you might be able to optimize on spaces or even reconfigure spaces to help your leasing team keep everything leased up. And on that note, I will turn it over to you guys and encourage you to stop by our booth this afternoon.
Thank you, Jody. Great. Next up, Matthew Rice, Radiator Lab.
Hi, everyone. Just bear with me for 1 second as I load up the presentation.
Matthew, I'll let you know that the cursor and mouse movements are a little sensitive, so just as an FYI.
Thank you, Sandy. Hi, everybody. I'm Matthew Isaacs from Radiator Labs. Thanks so much for coming today, and a big thank you to REBNY and the team at Connected Magazine. On behalf of everyone at Radiator Labs, we're very excited to be here. So I'm guessing the slide is up behind me. It's a new view seeing the room, so it's nice to see everyone's virtual faces. But to get started, Radiator Labs is an energy management platform for radiator heated buildings. So you all know the problem. Radiator heated buildings cater to the coldest spaces to meet statutory heating guidelines. And this dramatically overheats most of the building, leaving many residents or users of the building miserably hot. Residents are often forced to open their windows to let in cold air and reduce room temperatures. This is hugely wasteful, expensive, and uncomfortable. So at Radiator Labs, we're bringing radiator heat to the 21st century. Some of you may have seen our cozies before, but essentially they are a modular insulated radiator cover that distributes heat with maximum efficiency to prevent overheating and waste. Cozies are simple to install and they can integrate with any radiator. It doesn't interfere with the building's plumbing and takes up no extra space. And we have a little bit of a graph to kind of demonstrate how it works, but essentially you place a insulated radiator cover over a radiator. It has a computer inside of it and a fan and some networking equipment. When the system senses that a room needs heat, a small fan turns on and circulates warm air throughout the room. When the system senses that the temperature in the room is satisfied or it's been reached, the fan turns off and traps all the remaining heat inside of the radiator enclosure. Now, when radiators are inside of a hot environment or an environment that's the same temperature as a radiator itself, the condensation rate inside each radiator plummets to next to zero, and that's how our energy savings. That's how our energy savings present themselves through reduction of condensation. Let's just see the next slide here. So yeah, as I mentioned, our cozies are a solution for all types of radiators. We integrate with traditional cast iron radiators, wall-mounted radiators, recessed convectors, baseboard radiators, etc. Our platform provides control and flexibility for building managers and tenants. So there's the radiator cover, the cozy that we already talked about. There's also an app for setting temperatures and scheduling. You also can go right up to the radiator cover itself and press some buttons. There's a little digital display if it's enabled with that onboard control technology. And then more importantly, there's a back-end analytics and dashboard, analytics, slash dashboard for looking at heat, distribution throughout the building, understanding a building's steam heat distribution system, and the temperature of each room, of each radiator, and so forth. Lots of information can be extracted from that. Here's just a screenshot of our tenant app and dashboard. I don't know how helpful that is right here. But this ought to be helpful. So this is a comparison of a building, a 60-unit building, pre-installation and post-installation. So on the, I guess it's on your left side, you have a building with recorded temperatures. I guess the date is January 26th. So on January 26th, in this 60-unit building, before Radiator Labs has been installed, and then on the right-hand side, you have data from March 6th, after Radiator Labs has been installed. And the data is from an identical heating degree day, meaning the outside temperature was exactly the same. Each column, and I think there's a pointer tool, but each column represents an hour in time, and each row in the graph or in these columns represents one of the 60 apartments. So as you can see, on January 26th, before we retrofitted the building, there are many hot sauna-like apartments and many frigid ones as well. Basically, the temperature recorded throughout the building was all over the place. On March 6th, after the Radiator Lab system has been installed, you can see that the sauna-like temperatures have been eliminated and the number of frigid apartments has greatly decreased. I think more importantly, the number of comfortable apartments with consistent temperatures has increased dramatically. And you can see that temperature band with green, the amount of green in the temperature bands is pretty much overwhelming after installation. So the results are, I guess you could say, unprecedented in these types of buildings. Our system saves 25.5% average on average in heating cost reductions, and that's verified by NYSERDA. We'll get into that in a moment. 85% fewer maintenance calls. As I mentioned, that analytics dashboard, our system proactively alerts building management to issues in the steam heat delivery system, such as a blocked riser, so they can be addressed before tenants call and say the heat's out. And 95% fewer heating complaints. Some of our customers actually track this type of stuff, one of them being Columbia University. And in our installations at Columbia, heating, pre and post heating complaints in buildings with radiator labs have dropped by 95%. We're installed in just over 60 buildings in New York City, and we have a few systems in places like Boston, Providence, Washington, D.C., Chicago, basically the older, colder cities. Here's a snapshot of our customers and awards won. All right, so I mentioned that NYSERDA validation. NYSERDA studied our system vigorously for 5 years in 7 different buildings and published their findings in 2018. And in 2019, we were unanimously voted into the New York Technical Resource Manual, which makes our system eligible for all utility rebates. Things to extract from these validations are, number one, we are the largest saving solution in the 2019 Technical Resource Manual for HVAC control in the residential sector. And 2, our savings are 3 to 4x greater than the next best alternative for steam heated buildings. We're on track to be listed as a prescriptive energy efficiency measure with Con Ed and National Grid. Our system is a qualified technology for meeting local law 97 emissions requirements. We're actually written into the legislation of the Climate Mobilization Act as a compliance pathway. So if you're worried about displaying your new energy scorecard grade or upcoming emissions fines and you have a radiator heated building, you should give us a call. So the existing steam building retrofits are all plumbing type solutions. They're expensive, difficult to install, and they don't really address resident comfort or the maintenance issues associated with a steam heat delivery system. They also don't significantly reduce heating costs and carbon emissions. This slide has a comparison, between cozies and what's considered the alternative. And no need to point anything out other than our energy efficiency or our energy savings are 3 to 4x greater than the plumbing solutions out there. This slide is a case study of a 108,000 square foot building owned by LaFrac that already meets local law 97 2030 emissions goals. Basically, it's a super efficient single pipe steam building that's 10 years ahead of its goals in terms of compliance, thanks in part to Radiator Labs. All right, and I guess for those that have stayed with me for this presentation, may be wondering how much does this cost? And the answer is nothing, kind of. We have a zero cost upfront service model, which guarantees net 10% heating cost reduction after you pay your reduced energy bills and our service fee. So it's available at no cost upfront. And for those that choose to purchase the system upfront, it costs between $650 and $850 per radiator, and that's an installed price. The annual savings are 15 to 40% off your heating bills, and paybacks for the system or return on investments are anywhere between 2 and 7 years, depending on how much you pay for fuel and a few other variables like the size of the radiators in your building, the types of utility incentives that you may be eligible or that may be available to you. And this slide has some photos of cozies out in the world in action. In the bottom right corner, you can see we're on the cover of Habitat magazine earlier this year, so we're proud of that. And I think slide, yeah, same thing, some more photos of cozies out in the world. That's my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions if there is a Q&A. Otherwise, happy to also pass it along to the CX app.
Matthew, one or two things. One, as somebody who lives in New York City in a high-rise Upper East Side with old steam heat, God, I know a building that could use some of this, because I literally had to have the superintendent of the building come up and shut it off because it was just, 50 degrees. It was starting to pump out heat, which was kind of crazy. And then secondly, the fact that you're NYSERDA certified is fabulous. NYSERDA was a major partner in last year's PropTech Challenge. REBNY has a great relationship with them. We're actually going to have an interesting announcement that might actually include NYSERDA as we wrap up today. So the fact that you've got the NYSERDA kind of seal of approval is absolutely fabulous. So well done on that.
Thanks, Sandy. And I definitely feel your pain. I'm a native New Yorker, and I grew up in plenty of buildings, or I've lived in plenty of buildings with radiator heat. So this is a solution for New York's classic buildings, the steam heated ones. I don't think there's it's probably not a steam heated building built after 1970, but it's a way to preserve New York's classic buildings and to make them energy efficient and compliant with upcoming emissions mandates, and also get everyone comfortable. So yeah, Sandy, give us a call about your building as well.
So
Thanks,
I have
everyone.
to ask one last question before we bring Alex from the CX app on stage. Has anybody asked you, do they come in other colors other than white for like the designer aspect of New York City apartments?
Yeah, that's a great question, and we get it all the time. Yeah, the covers can be whatever customers want them to be. So we have some customers that make very ornate looking cabinets in different colors. We have some that want kind of like the standard basic white metal enclosure. It can be made out of wood. And then we are also doing plenty of municipal buildings like schools where they are in different colors, but they're also have rounded corners to make sure that people can't hurt themselves and so forth. So the enclosure itself is not smart, right? It's a radiator cover, but just has insulating material in it, and it can be anything. It's really the fact that it doesn't have a grill. It traps all the heat inside, and it has our special sauce is that centralized component with the computer and the fan that regulates temperature.
Great. Thank you, Matthew. Great job.
Thank you, everybody.
So next up is Alex Lee from the CX app. Come on, Alex, join us on stage.
Awesome. Thank you. Let me just gotta figure out how to get on the stage.
If you click that little character and click on the stage, it'll automatically walk you up there.
If you click escape, you'll stand up.
Oh, thank you. There we go. It's called the Smart Campus app. what we essentially do is we are a workplace experience type mobile app, and we offer this application to various enterprise customers today to kind of help their employees not only to get back to working safely and more effectively in the office, but also as a long-term solution to help these companies kind of have their employees use different types of workplace functions that today they already use. Things like conference room booking, booking desks, being able to have a news feed, announcemements and company updates and such, and just kind of connecting with various spaces and daily functions in their workspace today. The application is available on both the iOS App Store publicly and also on the Android or Google Play Store. We have here 6 different of the top features that we've been pushing as of today. Like I mentioned, the desk booking, being able to do a type of social distancing alerts through the use of phone communication, having a workplace type playbook in the application that helps employees visualize and see what they can use and optimize the usage of the mobile app itself for working in that space. Having cleaning and maintenance requests available in the app, so that way if something comes up where you have to issue a request to fix, repair, or to clean a space, essentially, there is a section in the app for that as well. Having employee communications, so having an internal news feed that allows employees to see what's going on within their company space and also to be able to receive notifications and messaging from corporate to that information. Then lastly, an employee health questionnaire that helps to safely bring employees back to the office and allowing them to answer some questions regarding their overall health and then being able to be authorized to enter the workspace itself. One of the biggest things today is desk booking. We are able to have in the ability to book a desk or a space, not a desk or a conference space, while in the workplace. Here you're seeing some screens here on how we can represent a real-time availability map of the office space itself. It has both desks and rooms on it. We utilize real-time updating through the use of integrations with either your Microsoft Exchange server, G Suite, or any other third-party scheduling tool that you may be using. You're also able to zoom in. The map is interactive. You can kind of see, on a granular level, which desks that you're looking at here. You can see current floor capacity, the number of desks that are available, and how many desks have been already booked. Then the interface itself is really simple. You would just select a space that you'd like to reserve. You would be able to see a photo of where it's at currently, capacity, different amenities that are available in that space, and then you can book it to the end of the day, or in the case of room booking, you can book it to a specific time slot. We also have a section in the app that allows you to kind of view all in spot. We also have a cool type of hardware piece. It's called Book It stickers or NFC type stickers. So for those of you who are not familiar with near field communication, it's basically a very small chip that's inserted out of a vinyl sticker. The chip will vibrate from time to time, and it will issue out its own signal that's from your networking or Wi-Fi infrastructure. And that chip will vibrate, and it will communicate with the app on the phone. If you have the Smart Campus app installed on your phone, all you would have to do is place your phone about 6 inches away from the sticker itself, and it would actually, the app will automatically book the room or the desk for you without you having to touch anything. It's a really cool piece, very maintenance free because the chips themselves don't require a battery at all. They just vibrate forever. So there's no battery, no maintenance needed, and they can be programmed for, again, for any rooms or desks in the space itself. Beyond some of these other features that I've already mentioned, we also have a number of core features, one of them being SSO security and authentication, as well as multi-factor. You also have your internal newsfeed that I spoke about briefly, being able to book rooms and desks on the same map in real time, having an employee directory through an integration with the company's Active Directory or HR system that allows you to see who you're working with, where they actually would be in as far as a cubicle or desk location, which office location they're in, and just kind of getting all your different coworkers. Having an integration with visitor management systems that may already be existing in that current space, being able to alert hosts that their visitors have arrived in the lobby of that location, being able to also utilize indoor wayfinding and location services through different providers that we can integrate with to allow for that really complete Blue Dot experience in the app, which I can show you later. Local campus or office information, so things pertaining to fitness, dining, transportation, facilities management, all that type of stuff is also available in the app. To
Hey, Alex, we seem to have lost your audio.
Are you? How's this? Is this better?
Much better. Thank you.
Okay, that was strange. Thank you. Surveys and live polls in the app as well too. Also, we provide our clients with a very powerful content management system.
Alex, your audio is lost again.
Alex, we've also lost your screen share. We see your screen, but we don't see the app itself. So we'll give you a second to do that and adapt to those changes. You know, while Alex is doing that, I'm going to just sit there and say, you know, when I'm looking at this, one of the things that kind of crosses my mind with COVID and social distancing, you know, to be able to know when someone sits in a chair that's not social distanced, you know, can somebody in facilities or HR get an alert so that you can actually protect the company from the exposure of no social distancing, as we know people tend to do.
Dan, are you able to hear me now? Is that okay?
Yeah. Yes, we
Okay.
can, Alex.
Okay, perfect. And you can see my phone on my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm so sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe it was a. I'm gonna go ahead and scroll through here real quick. I know I wanted to, for the sake of time, want to make sure we got enough time here. So this screen here kind of represents some of the applications that we've done for a number of our clients already. Each client has the ability to white label their smart campus app for their specific company. They're also able to name it, and then that will be represented in both the iOS and the Android app stores. You'll see here in some cases, one of our biggest partners, Aruba Networks, they have their specific application. It's called Aruba Connect. In another case, their next door neighbor in Santa Clara is Palo Alto Networks. They're an enterprise cybersecurity company. They call theirs Connected. And then actually down here, Radius is actually Adobe's Smart Campus app. I'm going to go into our demo application here, the Smart Campus for CX app. Of course, each employee or user would have to use their company SSO to log in to access the information within the app. They would get to this screen here that allows them to see all the different office locations that are available to them by the company. So in our case here for the CX app, we do have 3 offices, one in Pleasanton, California, which is our head office. We also have an office in Manila, Philippines, and then one in Zhuhai, China. The app's location aware, so it actually knows that since I'm actually in Santa Clara, California right now, the closest office location by geofencing is Pleasanton. So it actually pulls the Pleasanton office to the top list for me. In case it's really great for those companies that have locations, say 100 locations, and it is sort of a long list to go through to find the specific location you'd like. So in this case, the app does it for you. Going into the Pleasanton Office app, you have your background image that is customizable by each of our clients. You have also 6 different icons that are available to navigate the user to different sections of the app. These icons can be customized as well as their colors, and they can also be customized by specific sections of the app too. So in this case, the news icon could be called maps instead, and it would go to a live map of the office space. I'm going to go into the spaces section first. It's actually where you would have real-time availability map of both conference rooms and desks. Zooming in on the map here, I can just pinch the screen. I'm able to see this is, in this case, is the conference room labeled Hulk. So I select it, I'd be able to see a photo of the room itself. I'd be able to see the max capacity of the room, where the room is located in relation to the office, and also different amenities that are available inside this particular room. We also have environmental and occupancy sensor hardware that's already installed in this particular room, and it's pulling this information in real time for you. This is an extra integration cost, and the hardware is also from a separate technology provider, but we have done these integrations and we're able to utilize this within our Smart Campus app. Once I know how long I'd like to book this room for, I will select the time for it. I'll say 60 minutes. Brings you to this booking section here where you're able to rename your meeting. You can add a description to it. You can add video conferencing details to it. So in the case of different companies, if they use Zoom or Microsoft Teams or GoToMeeting, WebEx, it doesn't really matter. We've done integrations for all of those companies, and it allows you to automatically share the virtual conferencing details as well as dial-in phone numbers within your specific booking. And it mirrors it just as if you were booking it through Microsoft Outlook or the G Suite applications. You can also invite other people to this as well. I can invite, for example, a single person in the space here. Once I select this check mark box, the app will actually check to make sure if he's available for that particular time slot or not, and it will actually say where the X is. It will actually say not available if this person is not available. Quick. Once I'm ready to go, I'm just going to hit the book it button here. Now the space is booked. It's going to automatically go to the bookings section of the app where it will show you all your different meetings for the day. In this case here, we'll show here, this is actually a hold on this particular presentation. You'll see here, this is the demo that I actually put in the calendar. Then you'll see here, this is actually the meeting that I booked just now. And hit this directions here, utilizing our indoor wayfinding piece, and I can actually locate the room on our map here, and I can ask it for directions. Now, utilizing Bluetooth technology and also that wayfinding piece, you also see that I have a dot here. I can actually wave myself hi right here. That's actually me. And then if I was walking in the office, in this case, I'm just going to swipe through. You can actually see me walking through the room right there, directly to that space. Same goes for desk booking. If I wanted to actually book a desk instead, I'd go back to the availability map here. You see now that this room is now red to show that someone's booked it. I'm going to zoom in on a virtual desk here. There's a desk here that you can see again, the experience is very similar to booking a room. I'll book this from today to end of day. Now the desk is booked. Now this piece again is native to our platform. It's something that we've built ourselves, and so this does not require integration to any tool like Exchange, G Suite, or any other third-party tools. It can be integrated if the customer would like to. Going back out here to the main screen, something else I'd like to show too before I run out of time here is the news section. It's an internal news feed to show different types of content like videos, webinars. You'll see here a lot of these are posts from our employees, place pictures and videos in here. This can be turned off if companies don't want employees to be posting. And you can also put company blogs in here. You can put company announcements, case studies, podcasts are also available in this as well. We have a built-in podcast player. And then lastly here too, just some separate information about the office itself. Dining options. So we can do integrations with providers to allow employees to book to pay and select and make an order in their in-house cafes through the app. You can also set up things for different amenities in the office. You can set it up for fitness options. So if there are personal trainers on hand, you can schedule appointments with these personal trainers through the app. You can also set up calendars on the app so you can see their availability by day. And then also you can set up hotel accommodations for any nearby hotels that may have additional employee discounts for the particular customer, and then transportation options. So things like live shuttling, ride sharing abilities, public transit. We also are able to set up the app to reserve parking spaces if needed as well, either through integration with a parking reservation technology vendor.
Alex, that looks great. Thank you. While Margaret Tobin from Clearway Air Solutions comes up to stage, I have a question for you while she's coming up to stage. When I think about shared space, and a lot of times when someone leaves a shared space, we now leave, call it 15 minutes in between so that, it can get disinfected. Is there a way that you can program this to leave, call it a 15-minute block, and then alert either the janitorial staff or facility staff that they have to come in and kind of disinfect the room so that you have enough time to go through some of the processes that we all go through in kind of conference spaces and shared spaces?
Yes, definitely. So it can provide a 15-minute block after the reservations has been completed, or once the actually the user can even cancel the reservation at any time. And then the app is able to alert the cleaning crews that this desk or room has been used, and then they can clean it once their crews go around and finish off.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. It looks great.
Go ahead and clear this out here and get off this stage. Thank you, everyone.
Great, thank you. So next up, we've got Margaret Tobin from Clearway Air Solutions.
Thank you, Sandy. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. And I think you can see the screen.
Not yet.
Okay, I'm showing it on the. Can you see it now?
Click on the presenter tool.
Sandy, is it on there?
No, I don't see it yet.
Okay, because I'm showing it on my screen, my on the main screen view.
Can you click on the presenter tool?
Yeah. No, it's in there on mine and it's in there on yours. See.
I'm not seeing it here, Sandy. Margaret, do you want to just try that again? Stop sharing and then reshare.
Margaret, we're still seeing the main splash page and don't seem to have any audio from you right now either.
So while we wait for Margaret, Sandy, this is the final presentation of the day before the final.
Yes, after this, we have the final panel discussion, which will be best in show, moderated by John Gilbert again, with some of the top in show prescriptive data, TBL building services, and Radiator Labs to talk about some more about how they're navigating this and why their products were some of the best in show. We're going to have some quick closing remarks with a special announcement about our next Prop Tech Challenge. And then right after that at 4 o'clock in the main CRE auditorium, Rich Berliner and Darlene Pope are going to have the main conference closing remarks as well. And obviously the the exhibit hall is still open.
Yeah, Sandy, I'm frozen, so I'm not able to get.
We lost your audio again.
Okay. I just get out of here completely and come right back in.
I think that might make more sense. What do you think, Aaron?
That would be best, unless Marvin has another solution. I think that's the way to go.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Aaron, can you please leave the stage?
And goodbye.
Yeah,
not
sorry, I'm with Clearway, and I was hoping I could help.
Aaron Lazar, who's over at the podium.
And then Sandy, I have everyone queued up for the next panel. Just let me know when you want me to go.
Okay, yep, no, we're gonna let Margaret come back in. Unfortunately, we may lose a couple of minutes of her time block so that we can start on time with the round table. So hopefully we can do that. I think as everybody can see, it's been a really interesting mix of different products, from energy efficiency to connecting people to facilities management. And I think, as you particularly saw, with the CX app that we just saw, my mind was going into places of, okay, well, how can I use a great tool like that for facilities to navigate COVID-19 and social distancing? And, if somebody sits at a desk where they don't belong, getting an alert so that, I think as we, I see Margaret's back, which is good. As, people tend to do sometimes, they don't want to social distance. They think they have the antibodies, so they think that they're immune to it. This way, this at least, gives management and facilities a chance to do what they think is best according to whatever policies they have. All of these products have so many different uses. When I think about building engines, there are so many facets to it that, can help just connecting the dots and communication with everybody, to contactless delivery, to being more efficient. So, I think there's a lot of things here for everybody to explore afterwards. Margaret, how are you doing so far? I see you're back on stage.
Can you hear me, Sandy?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm just re-uploading the file, and
Okay.
should just take another second, and then we'll see. And if not, I can just.
Why don't you start? I would suggest, in the interest of time, because we do have to be careful with the panel coming up next. Do you want to start talking while that's uploading? There you go. I actually see it now. So, unfortunately, I think you're going to lose a couple of minutes, but this way you can rock and roll.
Yep, no worries. I'll just talk. My name's Margaret Tobin, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of an important new company in the age of COVID, Clearway Solutions. So many of my fellow presenters have introduced high-tech solutions to real-world problems, and it's been very exciting, including this purple virtual convention that we're all in. It is pretty cool. I'd personally rather we were all together in person today, but we are where we are. Like many of you, we believe that indoor air quality is the key to being inside safely. At a time when no one wants to be in an elevator with strangers, we make elevator air cleaner than the air you breathe outside, making it safer for your tenants to return to work. I personally come from the real estate industry. I've led development projects, new construction, renovations, all building types, including commercial, residential, retail, and hotel. I spent years at Vornado Realty Trust and Thor Equities, two REITs with large ownership stakes. At the onset of the pandemic, our young company fully understood the pressing need for ownership to address indoor air quality and reassure commercial tenants that it's safe to come back to the office. The threat to asset value is real as companies learn more about work from home options that actually do work. Now, with vaccines on the horizon, you're asking, do I need to invest in indoor air quality? Like some of the speakers yesterday, we believe that our collective awareness of the importance of filtration, fresh air flow, and our need for reassurance will not go away. And we all know that opening a window is not really a viable long-term solution. We need to be able to bring more fresh airflow into the building while maintaining high energy efficiency. No one can afford to heat or air condition the great outdoors. Our ERVs, energy recovery ventilators, are over 90% efficient. Nobody wants to get on elevators with strangers. While our levels of anxiety may go down somewhat, Clearway Solutions has a solution that simply works now. So this is an image of an installation in the elevator. You can see the elevator cab here and the floors. This is the roof with fresh air and exhaust. And this item, the whiter item, is the ERV. It's a proprietary negative pressure system that draws potentially contaminated air out of an elevator cab at an impressive 600 to 800 cubic feet per minute. Passengers actually feel the Clearway system replacing the air, cleaning the confined space. Elevator shaft air is safely exchanged up on the roof of the building, transforming the shaft into a duct with fresh airflow. Our Clearway elevator cab air is truly and verifiably cleaner than outside air, thanks to MERV 13 filters and the monitor that I'll touch on in a moment. This patented equipment has successfully filtered contaminated air for decades in related applications. One of our teammates, Paul Lazar, has installed high efficiency, high airflow devices in medical settings, operating rooms, and doctors' offices for over 20 years. The technology Clearway makes available is proven in the field, patented, and guaranteed. Our teams are not inventing anything new or pretending instant expertise. We are instead able to readily deploy established solutions due to decades of deep know-how and industry-specific engineering experience. So, how do tenants and owners both win as our systems clean the air? And this is key. By way of Clearway's smart interactive signage, all visitors will be reassured as they enter a building. There will be a visible reminder that the landlord has made a long-term investment in providing a safe environment for the tenant. Elegant signage with QR codes linked to a simple technical explanation of what the system is, how it works, and most importantly, that it's working right now. The QR code brings the tenant to a dedicated property-specific microsite that explains the technology and reinforces the message, the investment in the tenant's safety. We go the other direction. Here we go. Here's a lobby. The signage is discreet and small. As you enter the lobby, you're not going to get hit over the head with it. But as you approach the elevator buttons, you can see the QR code announcing that this is a Clearway building. And then inside the elevator next to the buttons is an actual CO2 monitor that will be in real time monitoring the CO2 levels as a stand-in for the level of freshness of air in the elevator. So we believe that the Clearway solution will get folks back to work. It's please visit us at our website, clearwaysolution.com, to learn more about this, and know that we're all in this together, and that we can, with smart investment that is here for the long run, all of us will function better in all the indoor environments that will be introduced to through the years. So thank you very much. Thank you to REBNY and Sandy, and to inviting us to participate in these 2 days. It's been really, really terrific. So thank you.
Hey, Margaret, that looks great. I do have one question for you. Have you done this in high-rise luxury residential buildings yet, or is it been primarily office?
We have not, but clearly it would adapt beautifully to that. There's any high-rise building with an elevator. What's nice about this is it's not proprietary to any specific elevator systems or HVAC. It can work with anything. So yes, we see the residential market as a big potential as well.
Yeah, as somebody who lives in New York City, who's lived in high-rise buildings, that are 30, 40, 50, 60, stories tall, I have to tell you, it is definitely something that's front of mind to me, because most of those elevators are even a little bit smaller than the ones in office buildings. and people are trying to, cram themselves in because they want to get home or whatever they want to do. So, yeah, I definitely think, particularly in a city like New York, it's a huge opportunity. So, thank you. For me, this has been enlightening. Thank you.
Great, Sandy. We really, really appreciate the time. And like we said, we're not as high tech, but it's proven, it's worked in medical offices and situations like operating rooms, which are even more important to have the kind of fresh air flow that's energy efficient and cost effective. And then with the CO2 monitor, it lets everybody know that who's stepping on the elevator that they can be assured that they're dealing with clean air. So thank you very much.
Margaret, great. Thank you very, very much. All right. So now we are going to turn it over to our final panel, which is Best in Show, moderated again by John Gilbert, COO of Rooted Management, along with the chairperson of the REBNY Technology Committee, which is obviously put. We're just going to give it 1 second to bring the Zoom panelists in, and we will get.
And John, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the very end of day 2 of the REBNY Prop Tech Challenge, along with Connected Magazine. I'm here with an august panel of winners. And we are here. I guess I should introduce myself for those who don't know me. I'm John Gilbert. I am Chief Operating Officer and Executive Vice President for the Rudin family here in New York. The family owns and operates over 15 million square feet of office space and residential. Properties. We are a company that is dedicated to our customers and creating the best possible experience we possibly can, and technology has been part of that trademark ever since the mid-90s, when we created 55 Broad Street, that many have called the godfather or grandfather of all smart buildings. And I'm also chair of the REBNY Technology Committee, and we created finalists and ultimate winner of that PropTech Challenge with this afternoon's panel. And I should start by identifying what the problem sets were. What we wanted to do is to identify the best infrastructure platform, and the winner of that, or the finalist of that, was Radiator Labs. Isaacs is with us today. The second problem set was to really focus on indoor air quality and wellness. And Devin Feeney of TBL is with us. to talk about what they do. And the ultimate overall top vote getter is being represented by Sonu Panda, who's the CEO of Prescriptive Data. And I should, with all in interest of all transparency, I was not a judge. I did not vote, but there were 4 other real estate executives who did vote, and that ultimately were identified the problem sets and the companies that you're about to hear from in terms of how they address those problems. So I'm going to start with Matthew. Matthew, can you tell us a little bit about Radiator Labs and what you're doing in the residential world in terms of trying to bring thermostatic control into our old dumb
But yeah, you're absolutely right. Right. Radiator Labs is a technology for radiator heated buildings. We're really an energy management platform for those classic New York buildings with radiators. But as you know, those buildings with steam heat, they cater to the coldest spaces in the building because of statutory heating requirements or guidelines, and that dramatically overheats the remainder of the building, leave many residents like miserably hot. So residents are often forced to open their windows just to modulate the room temperature, and that's usually wasteful, expensive, and uncomfortable. So Radiator Labs is bringing steam heat or radiator heated buildings into the 21st century with proprietary technology called the COZY, which is an insulated smart networked thermostatic radiator cover. And a network of cozies throughout the building allow buildings to save up to 25 or 25% on average in heating, up to 45%. And allow everyone to finally control their heating temperatures.
So Matthew, one of my big biggest pet peeves is you walk down the street in the middle of winter, it's below freezing, and ultimately people have their windows open. So how are you actually solving that problem, and what is it about your product and the hardware that you create that is it's solving that?
Sure. Well, our radiator covers, our cozies, are insulated, and they trap all of the heat that comes out of a radiator in any room of an apartment, a bedroom, a living room. It is trapped inside, and then inside of the radiator cover, there's also a sensor, a fan, and some networking equipment. But the sensor reads the room temperature, and you set it, say you want 72 degrees. The minute the room falls beneath that set point, the fan will kick on and kick out some heat from the radiator cover. The minute the room temperature is satisfied, fan will turn off and trap all the remaining heat inside the cover. So you can set your desired temperature, and you don't have to open your windows to modulate your heating any longer.
Very interesting. Now, Devin, your company, TBL Building Sciences, is really focused on indoor air quality and wellness, which obviously even before COVID was a big issue. Now, in the middle of COVID and post-COVID, is a big issue. Tell us about what you do, how do you solve for that, and the value prop that you're bringing to property. Property owners. Devin, I'm not hearing you.
Thank you very much, John. And we appreciate the entire property technology team for putting this together, and then obviously nominating us for Best in Showcase. TBL is an industry-leading building health and wellness wellness technology company. Right now, our sole focus is real-time monitoring of indoor air quality. With a roadmap to evaluate other indoor environmental parameters. We are a reset accredited monitor provider, as well as a reset accredited data provider that speaks to the quality and the accuracy of our hardware itself, as well as the software, which is extremely important and separates us from a traditional sensor that you may sort of experience through traditional BMS vendors. Our technology offers power over Ethernet, transportation layer security, cellular connectivity. So from a technology perspective, we do truly believe that we are offering our customers and our partners building IoT. On our software side, we allow our end users to set alerts, manage metric thresholds, simultaneously track building efficiency. Not only are we focused on optimizing indoor air quality, but we don't want to sacrifice operational efficiency because we understand that although algorithms may be very aggressive right now to incorporate COVID-19 recommendations, and considerations, we do believe that conservative algorithms will be in place after the global pandemic to assist with compliance with local law.
Thanks, John. Great job, everybody.
Laws such as local law 97.
All right, so a couple of closing notes. First of all, I want to thank everybody who has watched us on YouTube, everybody that's been in the audience today. I want to thank our vendors, the participants. I mean, it's been, a fabulous event. I want to thank the REBNY team, John Gilbert and the REBNY Technology Committee, Jim Whalen, President of REBNY, Chris Beach, and David Mock from the REBNY team that helped support us. Obviously, the folks from Connected Magazine, Aaron, Peter, of course, Rich Berlin, who partnered with us on this, the great panels that they had over there under, Darlene Pope's stewardship. I just want to thank everybody for that. Couple of other things. We are going to be posting all the videos and presentations on YouTube over the next couple of days. So if you've missed anything, if you are a REBNY member, please reach out to the REBNY team and we can hook you up directly with any of these presenters or anybody that was here. Visit the Connected Real Estate Magazine Tech Talk series. I think it's really, really interesting and
Our
fabulous.
solution is an all-in-one solution. It's meant for in-duct applications as well as commercial interior applications. So that's sort of another.
We are announcing the NYSERDA Tenant Energy Challenge. This is new. It's just being announced today. Our website has been updated. We are partnering with NYSERDA and the folks at Connected and, of course, with REBNY together again. There's going to be live data from a New York City building, New York State more energy efficient and all of the real estate more efficient. And I think, as you heard in some of the panels today, which was really exciting, that we've got occupancies at low rates, but yet our energy consumption is not down as much. So this is going to be a great opportunity to learn some more. So I ask all of you, go check out the new challenge and sign up for it if you're in that place. And then after this, stop by. There's a virtual networking in the exhibit halls that we encourage you to invite. And again, I want to thank you all for joining us over these last 2 days. Again, bearing with us on some of the technical challenges. It's technology. It wouldn't be technology without a few bugs and a few glitches. We navigated it. We had some fun. And, there are some cool things here because it's cool technology. We can jump, we can climb, we can sing, we can dance. So again, on that note, technology can change the world that we live in. We've already done it. So to all of you again, thank you for being part of today, and have a great virtual networking. And again,